Welcome back to Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium, where we are at the second day of the state qualifying tournament at Western Hills. This is our first flight of the day with students at Elkhorn and with students from Elkhorn Middle and Western Hills. Starting down on target 1 left, we have Grayson Lawrence. Starting on 1 right, we have Luke Quarles. On 2 left, we have Aiden Presley. On 2 right, we have Xander Jones. On 3 left, we have Olivia Barker. On 3 right, we have Cole Herndon. On 4 left, we have Jack Ginn. On 4 right, we have Evan Jones. On 5 left, we have Alexa Barker. On 5 right, we have Alex Shuro. On 6 left, we have Xander Black. On 6 right, we have Caden Darnell. On 7 left, we have Braden Roberts. On 7 right, we have Mackenzie Banks. And on 8 right, we have Wyman Rice. And we've got 2 seniors shooting today for Western Hills, Alexa Barker on 5 left and Evan Jones on 4 right. Right there is one of our sophomores, Grayson Lawrence. And that is Xander Jones. Xander and Evan are both sons of our coach, Bill Jones, here at Western Hills.
So non-scoring in.
So this was their first practice round at 10 meters. They won't be scoring this time, just going and pulling their arrows and then returning to the waiting line for to wait for their first scoring round. So the archers just got their arrows and now they're waiting to start their first scoring end at 10 meters. And as I said earlier, we do have 2 seniors shooting in this flight from Western Hills. And our senior right here, we have Evan Jones and Alexa Barker. They're both shooting right next to each other. And here is Evan Jones. His personal best score is a 294. He started archery in 3rd grade, and after high school, he is going to continue his training with the Kentucky National Guard. He plans to attend Morehead State University in the spring. And as I was saying yesterday, archery is a family affair for the Joneses. Both Evan and his younger brother Xander shoot with their father coaching. And right there we have Olivia Barker and Xander Jones, both the siblings of Alexa Barker and Evan Jones. So not only is archery for the Joneses family, but also for the Barkers, where Alexa and Olivia both shooting for Western Hills. So these will be the first scored arrows of the tournament today, and once the archers will go up and wait for our lane judges to score them. We've got some good arrows on 6 left and 6 right. Xander Black and Caden Darnell from Elkhorn Middle School. They've got good groups on their target. They're doing very well for the beginning of this tournament. And as you can see, we've got our state coordinator Pat O'Connell down there in the yellow hat. Not our state coordinator, our national coordinator for NASP. He's here helping with the new NASP app for scoring. And once the archers' arrows are scored and verified, now they're able to pull their arrows and return them to their quivers to wait for the next round. We've got some fatherly coaching down there with Evan and Bill. And we are here for as the state qualifying tournament, and we are one of the first schools testing out this new scoring program, first tournament to test this. And so scores will be updated a lot quicker now with the app. It's making it a lot easier to score faster. And to check scores, you can visit www.nasptournament.org and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational in order to check scores. got what seems to be some conversation about the scoring down on the range. Most likely something with the app, trying to get everything with that figured out. But yesterday it seemed to work pretty well. They said it worked well and could eventually replace paper scorecards, so we wouldn't have to fool with those, we'd just use the app. So now our archers are heading up for their second scoring end at 10 meters, and they will be shooting their second arrows for score, second round of arrows for score. After this, they'll have one more round of scoring from 10, and then they'll move back to 15 with one practice and then 3 more scoring rounds. On 6 left, we're seeing Xander Black. And as I was talking about yesterday, as archery has gotten popular over the years, customizable bows have become a thing. And they have, it's a new addition that we now have in order to make archery just a little more fun, a little more unique and to yourself. And right there you can see and right there you can see our link to follow in order to access scores for the tournament. Dad. Thank you.
Be your second scoring in at 10 meters.
So now that our archers have shot their first 5, their second scoring end arrows at 10 meters, now they'll head up to score. And back at 6 left and 6 right, we see another great group from Xander Black on his target. And right there in the blue, we've got our state coordinator, Lisa Fry. She's back again today. Same as Pat O'Connell. They're here helping with the new app and the testing and making sure that app runs smoothly for a new method of scoring. The what? Oh, and are we going to do Alexa next round? And as we can see, Pat O'Connell here again, just verifying Alexa Barker's scores, helping with that new scoring method using the app. And right here we can see both Olivia Barker and Xander Jones, and Matt Martin walking into the frame as well. But as I was saying earlier, Olivia and Xander are both the siblings of Alexa and Evan. So now our second round has been scored, and now the archers will shoot their last scoring end at 10 meters before scoring their arrows and moving back to 15. Right there we can see our top archer from Western Hills, Miss Alexa Barker. But she is also one of our seniors. And Alexa, her top score is a 287, and her plans after high school are to attend college and major in environmental or international studies. She's got a nice group so far on 5 left. And a one last arrow to bring it back to the center for Alexa. She had one that was a little to the side, but that's okay. She did not let that affect her, coming back with another one in the yellow after that. So a good round for her. And there are 2 seniors, Evan and Alexa. They both have been shooting at Western Hills for a while now. So now our archers will score their final arrows from 10 meters and then move back to 15 for their first practice round. Now they will be moving their quivers back to 15 meters to start these first rounds. There is Alexa Barker again. Again, our top archer from Western Hills. She did pretty good in 10 meters. So now this flight is halfway over. The archers have 4 more rounds. 20 more arrows until their scores are final.
This will be your practice team at 15 meters.
This is going to be our first practice round at 15 meters. And we've only just moved back 5 meters, but as my dad likes to say, this is what separates the boys from the men. If you can keep up your score from 10 meters to 15, if you can follow up good rounds at 15, follow up good rounds at 10 with more good rounds at 15. This is where the score comes together. Here we have a shot of Grace and Lawrence. And as I was saying about Evan and Xander, he is their cousin. So another part of the family affair of archery with the Joneses. Grayson started growing his hair out. He's got his own Kentucky waterfall going. So this was their first practice round at 15 meters just to really verify that aim point, move anything that needs to be moved before arrows start to be scored. So these arrows will not be scored, just pulled and then taken back to the quiver in order to shoot for the first scoring round. There we see Luke Quarles and Aiden Presley walking back to the line after pulling their arrows, having a little friendly conversation on the way back.
This will be their first ever wing at 15 meters.
We've got a nice wave from Aiden Presley. So these will be the first scored arrows from 15. First arrows from 15 that will be contributing to the final score. The rest of Western Hills will be shooting in the last flight of the day at 1, but the members that are shooting this morning are members of FFA. It's National FFA Week. They've got to attend church this morning with FFA, so they're in the early flight so they can get to church with FFA after this flight. We've got a nice group from Grayson so far. He's got 2 in the yellow. That's good for scoring. Another one in the center for Grayson. It's looking good for him so far. And his final arrow is also in the yellow. So a good round for Grayson just then. Going back to our makeshift bow racks right there. Using the chairs this year instead of bow racks.
This will be your first scoring aim at 15 meters. Do not pull your arrows until you see red flag.
So now the archers will head up and the line judges will assist in scoring and verifying their arrows before they are able to pull them. Right there we see Mackenzie Banks and Wyman Rice, both archers from Elkhorn Middle School, waiting for their arrows to be scored. And right there you can follow that website link and you can access scores. Scores right now won't be posted, but scores from last night and scores from this flight will be posted shortly after the last round. Another great group on 6 right from Caden Darnell. He's doing a great job today. And there we see Lisa Fry and Coach Todd Bailey from Franklin County helping to verify those scores just to any uncertainty about where the arrow might have been on the line. This is an early flight. For most archers, our practices are usually later into the night because other sports have practices and then we come in after them. So shooting at 8 a.m. is a little different for us, but you kind of have to be able to adapt. You never know what time you're going to shoot. It all depends on when you're able to get in. And we are now waiting for our archers to. This is going to be their second scoring in from 15 meters, and they will be shooting their second scored arrows, and then after that they'll have one more round of scoring, and then final scores will be tallied. And again, something different this year is we have to keep our masks on while we're shooting in order to stay safe. But again, something else we've had to adapt to because we are not used to having something on our face when we're drawing back to our face. So it's been a little different. Another COVID adaptation is those chairs that we're using as our bow racks. It's a little different this year because we can't have all our bows touching on the same rack and just hanging out on the same rack. So we got to use our chairs this year. So now our archers will head up for their second scoring from 15. There we see Xander Black on 6 left. He's got a nice group on his target. Xander Black and Caden Darnell have done a good job keeping up their scores from 10 meters. 15 meters can be intimidating especially as a middle schooler because it just seems so far away and you're shooting around all these big high schoolers, but they're doing a good job keeping their scores up, not letting the distance affect them. And there we see Xander Black walking back to put his arrows in his quiver. And there we can see our lane judges verifying those scores before archers are able to pull their arrows. And now archers will be shooting their last scoring end from 15 meters, the final scoring in to wrap up this flight, to wrap up their scores.
This will be your third and final scoring in at 15 meters.
This is the last round to really come back. If you've been down, this is the time to try and bring that score back up. It's your last opportunity. Here we have a shot of Wyman Rice from Elkhorn Middle School. He's doing a good job. Got 2 in the yellow so far. It's a good start to a final round at 15. We've got 3 archers left on the line, all from Western Hills, all sophomores as well. Xander, our last archer on the line.
This is your final scoring in at 15 meters. Remember, do not pull your arrows until it says go red or up. And when you return, please remove your quivers back to the tee line.
Now the archers will move their quivers back to the 10-meter line for the archers that will be shooting after them. And now these will be the last scored arrows of this flight. After this, final scores will be tallied and they will be available shortly on the website, which you can follow right there, nasptournaments.org, and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. And now the archers, you can see, are finalizing their scores. Our lane judges are verifying them, and now they're pulling their arrows and just removing the old faces so that we can get fresh faces, fresh target faces up for the archers in the flight at 9. Right there we see a shot of Xander and Olivia pulling their arrows and clearing their target faces. And Coach Gary from Western Hills helping to get out fresh faces for the next flight. And now we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a little bit when our 9 o'clock flight starts with with more archers from Elkhorn Middle School, and we will see you then. Welcome back to Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium at Western Hills High School, and we are here for our second flight of the day for our state qualifying tournament. All our archers in this flight today are from Elkhorn Middle School. Starting down on target 1, we have Abby Brewer. On target 1 left, we have Abby Brewer. On target 1 right, we have Beverly Lucio. On 2 left, we have Riley Gross. On 2 right, we have Lincoln Dooley. On 3 left, we have Clayton Click. On 3 right, we have Luca Gross. On 4 left, we have Denisha Dodge Shamarar. On 4 right, we have Talia Thomas. On 5 left, we have Crystal Sparrow. On 5 right, we have Levi Murray. On 6 left, we have Paige Barker. On 6 right, we have Jonathan Philpott. On 7 left, we have Cooper Matthews. On 7 right, we have Elijah Anglin. On 8 left, we have Isaac Andrews. And on 8 right, we have Elijah Lyles. On target 1, we have Abby Brewer. She is a visually impaired archer, and her father is on the line as a BAI certified instructor there to assist her. And BAI certification is what all coaches have to have before they can coach a team, whether they're a teacher that's coaching or just a parent that's coaching. And it's a basic archery instructor course that all coaches must have. And so her father has that in order to be able to assist her while she's shooting. And this was a practice round from 10 meters, no scoring these arrows, just retrieving them, looking at how you did in order to adjust your aim point, and then we will be scoring the next round. We do have a full range this flight. All 16 targets are full. And now the archers will head up to the line to score their first round of arrows from 10 meters. Again, they will have one practice round from 10 meters with 3 rounds of scoring, and then we'll repeat the process at 15 meters with one practice and 3 scoring rounds. Right there we see Coach Gary Thornton from Western Hills, one of our line judges. And that red means that they're waiting to shoot. It's not time to shoot yet. But once that goes green and the whistle blows once, archers will know that it is okay to shoot and they can start shooting their first round of scoring arrows. And on our first 2 targets, we have Abby Brewer and Beverly Lucio. And Abby being a visually impaired archer, that is also something unique about archery. That all everyone is able to participate in archery because of how unique of a sport it is, because of how individual it is. And we're able to have situations like that where either your parents or another coach is able to assist you in shooting.
This is your first scoring unit. Continue. Please do not retrieve your arrows until they have been verified.
And now these will be the first arrows that are scored for our Elkhorn Middle Archers this flight. And this year we only have high school and middle school shooting. Because of COVID, elementary schools are not currently participating in archery this year, which is going to put a damper on the amount of people that will be joining from elementary school to middle school. But the middle schools will be able to bring back more once we'll be able to bring more archers in once things get a little bit back to normal. And right now we see our archers scoring and verifying those arrows before they are able to be pulled and taken back to the line. We see Coach Todd Bailey down there. He is assisting with the verifying of the scores. Now we see Lincoln Dooley walking back from his target to put his arrows in his quiver and wait for the second scoring round from 10 meters. And there we see Crystal Sparrow waiting on her arrows to be scored and verified so that she can pull those and take them back to her quiver. And right here we see Riley Gross and Lincoln Dooley, both shooters from Elkhorn Middle School. He should try and get a shot of one and one right, one left and one right. They've got good targets. And here we have two great looking targets from Abby Brewer on the left and Beverly Lucio on the right. Both shooters from Elkhorn Middle School, but they've got great groups on their targets. And now the archers will head forward to score for their second round of 10-meter arrows. Here we see Abby Brewer pulling her arrows to head back to the line, and now we see Beverly Lucio waiting as her arrows are being scored, and Riley Gross waiting for her arrows to be scored at target 2 left. So far the team seems to be doing pretty well, and they will have one more scoring end at 10 meters before moving back to 15 for a practice and 3 more scoring rounds. Just finalizing that second scoring round, and now the archers will head back to the line and wait for the third and final scoring round from 10 meters to begin.
This will be your final scoring at 10 meters.
And right here we see two archers from Elkhorn Middle School, Clayton Click on the left and Luca Gross on the right. Great arrow from Luca right there, right in the center. After this round, you can talk. We've got one archer left on the range, 7 left, Cooper Matthews, but it seems to be paying off to him that he's staying down there. He's got a nice looking target. Archers will now be heading up to score their final arrows from 10 meters, waiting for them to be scored and verified, and then they can pull them and take them back to their quivers, move back to 15 for the first practice end at 15 before 3 scoring rounds. That's what I do. Now our archers are heading back from the line, bringing their quivers back to the 15-meter line. And there we see Pat O'Connell with Denisha Dodge-Shamaror on target 4 right. She's got a good looking target, and he is there helping to verify those scores before they're entered into the app for scoring. And you can follow the link right here, nasptournaments.org, and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational in order to check scores as they're being uploaded. Can I pull the mic up here? Yeah. Can you pull that up here? So this is our first practice end at 15 meters. The archers will be heading up to do their first 5 arrows to practice, verify those aim points before they have arrows that will be scored from 15 meters. And right here we have targets 4 left and 4 right. On the left we have Denisha Dodge Simoror, and on the right we have Talia Thomas. Talia's got 3 arrows in the yellow so far, rattling arrows. That's what we like to hear at an archery tournament. And a 4th. She had one that was a little off, but she did not let that affect her. Coming back with 2 more in the yellow.
This is your non-scoring end at 15 meters.
Now that was only just a practice round for them, but still a good looking practice round. If you can get a good practice round in before scoring, you're better fit to see good results. So the archers will just head up now and pull their arrows without scoring, and then return to the line and wait for their first scoring end at 15. Five right, we have Levi Murray walking back to put his arrows in his quiver.
This is your first scoring end at 15 meters.
So now the archers will have their first scoring end at 15 meters. These are the first arrows that will go towards the final score. And here on targets 5 left and 5 right, we have Crystal Sparrow and Levi Murray. Nice arrow for Levi Murray. We got one in the yellow. Another one right next to it. Crystal Sparrow shooting her last arrow and her first scoring end at 15 meters. Do you want to turn this camera on to talk to him?
This is your first scoring end at 15 meters. Please do not retrieve your arrows until they have been verified.
So now the archers will head up to the line and they will score their, wait for the lane judges to score their arrows before pulling them once they've been verified. And here we see on 8 left and 8 right, we have Isaac Andrews and Elijah Lyles. With a good looking target on 8 left. There we see Lisa Fry, our state coordinator, here helping with the scoring and scoring on the new NASP app. In order to speed up scoring, it's a new way that we're trying out. We're the pilot tournament for this method of scoring.
It's working real well.
And right there you can follow that link to see live score updates. Of anything. So those final arrows have been scored and retrieved for that first round at 15 meters. Now the archers will have 2 more opportunities to score before their final score is calculated. Now the archers are heading up to the line for their second round. And on our targets 6 left and 6 right, we have Paige Barker and Jonathan Philpott. A nice arrow from Jonathan, one right in the center. And they've both just finished their second scoring round. And now on the range we have Cooper Matthews on 7 left, and he just shot his final arrow for his second scoring round at 15 meters.
This is your second scoring round at 15 meters. Please do not remove your arrow until you fire. Thank you very much.
And now I'm here with Coach Matthew Martin from Western Hills High School. And what would you say is one of the most important things to just remember in archery, and especially once you move back to 15 meters?
The biggest thing that I see with kids is they move back and they're intimidated by the distance. They just need to realize and remember that the process stays the same. The 11 steps are the same regardless of whether they're 10 meters or 15 meters. They need to adjust their aim point a little bit, but the steps stay the same. Everybody does the process. The anchor, the 11 steps that are taught from fourth grade on are the same at 10 meters, 15 meters. Even if they wanted to move back to 40 and test their skills, they still have to follow the same things. And that's the hardest thing to get the kids to understand, is that the distance may change, but the process stays the same. And the other big thing with archery, it's a mind game, and you have to be able to get the kids to realize that if they have a bad arrow, to not let that bad arrow affect them, to be able to move on, and hopefully, just if you have a bad arrow, not let one arrow become 5 bad arrows. And we see that with some of the kids, and it makes it or archery is a repetitive motion, and the more you practice, the better you get, and you can work past those off arrows. But the biggest thing is put what just happened behind you. You can't let it continue to go through and affect you as you proceed through the tournament.
Well, thank you for that. That was some good advice. And another thing, just biggest distance we have to conquer as archers is the 6 inches between our ears.
Yes.
Not 15 or 10 meters.
10 meters and 15 meters are the distances you shoot, but the most difficult distance that we have to conquer as coaches is the 6 inches between the archer's ears. If they can get that figured out, then we can usually train a pretty good shooter.
Well, thank you for that.
All right.
I'll let you get back down to the range.
Better get back down there. I've been beckoned.
Good job. And so now the archers will shoot in their final scoring end at 15 meters. This is their last chance to shoot before final scores are calculated. And right here on our last 2 targets, 7 left, 7 right, 8 left, and 8 right. Starting at 7 left, we have Cooper Matthews. At 7 right, we have Elijah Anglin. At 8 left, we have Isaac Andrews. And at 8 right, we have Elijah Lyles. 7 right, we have Elijah Anglin. He's got a nice looking target so far. He's got 2 arrows, and they're 2 arrows touching in the yellow. Rattling arrows, again, what we like to hear in an archery tournament. Both our archers from 8 left and 8 right have finished their last round. The last arrows have been shot, and now we will head up to the targets to score. We've got some nice looking targets out there. The archers will score their last arrows, wait for them to be verified, pull their arrows, remove the target faces, and get new faces up for the new set of archers that are coming in for the next flight. Ask him if he can get a shot of 4 right before they pull their arrows. And on 4 right with Talia Thomas, she has a great looking target, a great way to end a tournament, especially your last round at 15 meters. Great job right there. Elkhorn Middle School did a great job today. Great way to finish up this their rounds in the tournament. Great way to finish their flight. They shot very well as a team today, especially for shooting so early in the morning. Would not be easy to do. Right there we can see Pat O'Connell and down there helping to verify those scores before they are finalized. Pat O'Connell is our national coordinator for NASP. And he's just down there assisting with verifying those scores before they are submitted final. Do you want me to do a goodbye thing, like a closing? That is the end for this 9 a.m. flight. We will be back shortly with our 10 o'clock flight with archers from Franklin County High School. We will be back shortly with new target faces and a new group of archers ready to shoot. See you then. Welcome back to Western Hills High School at Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium. We are here for the third flight of the day at our state qualifying tournament. All our archers this round are from Franklin County High School. Starting at target 1 left, we have Quade Manning. On target 1 right, we have Caleb Presley. 2 left, we have Janae Jewell. 2 right, we have Jordan Harris, who is a senior. 3 left, we have Brooklyn Taylor. 3 right, we have Braden Byers. And on 4 right, we have Olivia Stamper. So, not many archers today, but we do have a few. Right here on 1 right, we have Caleb Presley. A good practice round for him. He's got them all in the yellow. Do you want to adjust the wide lens so that you can see them down there? So now our archers are just heading back to the line. They've all finished their first practice round at 10 meters. And once ready, they will be sent back to the tournaments, not the tournaments, to the targets now to pull their arrows and then wait for the first scoring round at 10 meters. So no scoring this round, just pulling the arrows and heading back to the line. I have results now from the tournament so far. So far, our overall boy that is in the lead is Caden Darnell from Elkhorn Middle School with a score of 277. He is currently leading the scores for overall male. And for girls, our current top scorer is Talia Thomas from Elkhorn Middle School with a score of 281. So currently those are our highest scores for the tournament. And if you would like to check scores and look at the other rankings, you can visit nasptournaments.org. That is nasptournaments.org, and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational to access scores. Now the archers will head up for their first scoring round at 10 meters. Will you ask him to move over to 2 right so I can talk about the senior from 2 right? Oh, she's already done. Okay. Right here on 2 left, we have Janae Jewell. She's shooting. This flight will be a fairly quick one. We have not as many archers this flight. so scoring should go much quicker. We have our last archer on the line at 3 right, Braden Byers, just shooting his final first scored arrow. So let's do the senior on 2 right to start the next round, and then Lisa's going to come up here for an interview after that. So our archers just scored their first round at 10 meters and are now waiting to shoot their second round. This will be the second scoring end at 10 meters. After this, they'll have one more scoring end at 10 before moving back to 15. And here we have our senior, Jordan Harris from Franklin County High School. Jordan's best score is a 279. She started archery in 4th grade, and she plans to attend Spalding in Louisville and major in occupational therapy and play golf in college. The other seniors that are not shooting this weekend from Franklin County but are seniors on the team are Haley Beatty and Logan Boone. Haley started shooting in 2017 as a freshman. Her best score is a 289, and she plans to be an anesthesiologist after graduating high school. She plans to attend college to be a doctor of anesthesia. And Logan Boone, who is also not shooting this weekend, but is a senior at Franklin County on the archery team. He began his archery career in 6th grade in 2015. His personal best is a 242, and he is going to serve in a 2-year mission trip for his church after high school, or go to school to learn welding professionally. Again, Haley and Logan are not shooting this weekend, but they are seniors at Franklin County that are on the team. Archers will now head up to the line to have their arrows scored and verified before pulling and returning to the line for their third and final scoring round. Ask him to get a shot of Bill while he's standing there. There we have Coach Bill Jones. He is currently announcing for us today. He is our coach at Western Hills. He does a lot for us. We love Bill. He's always here helping out, helping out with practices as our head coach. He's been here for a while, and he is currently running the announcements today. Talking with Coach Gary. Coach Gary's grabbing him a snack. So just finalizing those scores before archers pull their arrows and head back to the line. There is Miss Lisa Fry. Now the archers will shoot their third and final scoring in at 10 meters before heading back to 15 meters for a practice round and 3 scoring ins. Here on 3 left, we have Brooklyn Taylor, a shooter from Franklin County. And the rest of Franklin County's team will be shooting in the next flight at 11 a.m. This flight is moving fairly quickly with not that many archers, so it's not taking as much time to score. So the 11 a.m. flight might start a little early, or we will probably just start on time. Just all depends on what the officials are wanting to do. Good arrow right there on 3 left. And taking our bows back to our makeshift bow rack for this season. Can't have a bow rack where we would be passing the bows and they would be together. Archers will now head up to score their final arrows at 10 meters and head back to 15 meters for a practice and 3 scoring rounds. There we see Lisa Fry and Matt Martin assisting in scoring and verifying those arrows. Just verifying that what they have scored is correct before moving on to the next target. Once arrows are scored and verified, archers are able to retrieve their arrows and return them to their quiver. There's Matt Martin, who we were talking to earlier, and back to Lisa Fry, who is again assisting with the use of the app and the new scoring method. Same scoring method, just using the app now to be a little more efficient. Archers will now have a practice in from 15 to really just circle in those aim points before their first scoring round from 15 meters. Right here we have Olivia Stamper, another shooter from Franklin County High School. She's got matching arrows with her bow. And here we have a shot of Braden Byers, another archer from Franklin County.
This is your non-scoring end at 15 meters.
Archers are now heading up to pull their arrows. This round isn't scored, just a practice round to center up those aim points before the actual scoring at 15 meters begins. And as we were saying earlier, 15 meters can be more intimidating, but it's more about the distance between the distance in your head that you have to conquer rather than the 15 meters or 10 meters.
This will be your first scoring end at 15 meters.
There's our state coordinator, Lisa Fry. Again, she is here helping with the scoring. And the archers are now heading up for their first scoring end at 15 meters. Here we have Braden Byers shooting his last arrow in his first scoring round at 15 meters.
This is your first scoring end at 15 meters. Please help me grease your arrows before they hit that target.
There we have Todd Bailey, our Franklin County coach, giving a little advice to Braden after shooting, as he goes up to score his arrows. Now, once our lane judges score and verify those scores, archers will pull their arrows and go back to the line to shoot two more scoring rounds before final scores are calculated. There's our national coordinator, Pat O'Connell. He is here along with Lisa Fry to help with the use of this new app, as this is the pilot tournament for this. And this new app that we're using to score, it's making scoring a lot quicker. And to get live score updates, you can follow the link to nasptournaments.org and search WHHS Frankfort Invitational. Again, that is nasptournaments.org. Archers have now finished their first scoring end at 15 meters, and now they will have 2 more before final scores are available.
This is your second scoring end at 15 meters.
This is now the Archer's second scoring end at 15 meters. This is the time in the tournament you just gotta keep pushing. It can get a little tiring towards the end of a tournament. Your fingers getting tired. Your mind is getting tired from focusing on aiming. But now is the time to just push through all that in order to keep up all the good shooting that you've been doing. And our archer, Olivia Stamper, she accidentally dropped her arrow in front of her, and because of archery rules and safety regulations, you aren't able to step forward and pick that arrow up because it would be a danger in case something were to happen and the arrow were to go sideways. That wouldn't be safe for an archer to step past the line while other archers were shooting. So she was just given another replacement arrow to replace that one. And that is the same case if, say, we are shooting a scoring round and an archer shoots an arrow and it bounces out of the target, which not if they miss, but if their arrow hits the target and bounces off, then they will get a replacement arrow. Replacement arrows are not given if the archer misses the target or if they hit outside of the rings. Replacement arrows are only given for arrows that bounce out of the target. There's Janae Jewell. just verifying her last arrows and pulling them to head back to shoot her last scoring round from 15 meters. Archers are now shooting their third and final scoring round from 15 meters. Typically, at a larger tournament, or even a smaller tournament, whenever we're able to have spectators, that's usually like the parents will clap for everyone, and just as a good job, it's the last round. But since we can't have spectators, things are a little different this year. Usually, spectators are able to cheer um, during scoring rounds, not while they're shooting, but walking up to the line and while they go up to the to the targets to score. Usually you'll see more of that at big tournaments like state and nationals. People bring cowbells, people yell chants, but not while shooting. Silent during shooting. We wouldn't want to distract the archers. Here we see our last two archers on the line, Braden Byers and Olivia Stamper, finishing their last arrows of their flight. Archers will now head up to the line to score their last round of arrows, retrieve them, and remove the target faces. Archers will then replace the old target faces with new target faces, fresh faces, for the next flight of archers. Scores will be verified, and you can check those scores at nasptournaments.org and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. Scores will be up shortly. Scores and rankings will be updated shortly. Now it's just these final arrows being scored. Just wrapping up the scoring for this flight to prepare for the next one. There we see Lisa Fry helping with the use of the app in the scoring. The app is allowing us to get those scores out much quicker. Now they are just verifying those scores. Our volunteers are out there cleaning those quivers in between flights so that everything is clean for the new set of archers that are coming in. Our next flight will be at 11 with more archers from Franklin County, more seniors from Franklin County. And we will see you then. Welcome back to Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium, and we are here for the state qualifying tournament. I'm here with Lisa Fry, our state coordinator, and she's gonna tell us about NASP and her favorite things about NASP and what she does as our state coordinator.
Oh wow, there's a lot of information there. Okay, so NASP, National Archery in the Schools program. The most wonderful thing is that it is an in-school program first and foremost. Um, PE teachers will introduce archery to as many students as possible during the school day at some point in the school year. So you're going to get children that have never ever in their life touched a bow and an arrow. What we like best is, if you go into school and say, we're going to do archery tonight. Anybody that's interested, come and do archery. Well, I don't know about you, but, I feel like that if I try something new, that I might fail at it. So when it's introduced during the school day, then everybody gets to try and see that it's something that they can be successful with. And so you get all kids introduced, and not just those that have already been introduced at some point. Because usually, if you say, "Oh, I'm doing archery," it's going to be kids that already know something about archery.
Yes.
So we get thousands upon thousands of kids. Every year, all the basic archery instructors across the state, there's about 3,000, will report. And they report how many students they work with during the school day and how many students they work with after school. During the school day, typically about 150,000 students across the state get introduced to archery. About a little over 700 schools this past year. This year, even with it being crazy, hopefully those numbers will go back up. We'll get back into school
Yes.
this month, and we'll be looking for ways to get kids active again. So we may see larger numbers there. I was really concerned. State tournament that may not happen. The governor's office had been wonderful. We submitted a plan, and then this year we're shooting with just one student participating per target, 6 feet apart, and masked. A lot of people are not really happy over that, but they're like, well, they go do wrestling and basketball. They're not masked. Well, a lot of those teams have been quarantined too, but
Yeah.
we haven't heard one archery team being quarantined.
Which is
But
good.
yes, it's great, and we wanted to make sure that we we were approved for a state tournament. So we were approved. It looks like we have maybe 5,500 pre-registered. We have space available for a little over 5,200. So I hate that. So I'm going to go and look tonight and see if I can find some more space.
Yes.
I really want this year um, for as many students that would like to attend state tournament to be able to attend state tournament. Usually it's very, very competitive to attend the state tournament. Um, well over, like I said, well over 600 competitive schools. Even though there's 150,000 kids that are introduced to archery, there's only about 15,000 that are competitive across the state. We usually accommodate only half of those to the state tournament just because of size. Next year, goal in 2022, which will be our 20th anniversary,
Oh wow.
we are looking at bringing 10,000 to the state tournament.
Oh my
So
goodness.
we will continue to be
That is
the
exciting.
largest state tournament in the nation. So it's great. It's great to be involved in archery in the state.
Yes, well, thank you for talking to us, and thank you for all the work that you do for NASP and for Kentucky. And we will see you on the range.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so much.
you. Good afternoon and welcome back to Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium for our state qualifying tournament. We are about to begin our 11 a.m. flight with all shooters from Franklin County High School. Our first practice in will begin shortly.
This will be your non-scoring unit at 10 meters.
The archers are now heading up to the line for their first non-scoring end, their first practice end at 10 meters. Starting down at target 1 left, we have Diana Vaughn. On 1 right, we have Drew Kemper. Diana Vaughn is a senior. On 2 left, we have Madison Goins. On 2 right, we have Ariel Rose. On 3 left, we have a senior, Leah Riles. On 3 right, we have Gerardo Benavidez. On 4 left, we have Sheridan Bailey. 4 right, we have Emily Roberts, who is also a senior. 5 left, we have Emma Perkins. And 5 right, we have Henry Andrews, who is our top archer from Franklin County. Ask him to get a shot of 4 through 5, 4 left, 5 left, and 4 right of just their targets. Um, 4 right, and oh, we'll just get it next time they're pulling their arrows. So archers are now pulling their arrows. This was just a practice round, and now that they have got a chance to practice their aim point from 10 meters, they're now pulling their arrows and heading back to the line. Right there we have a shot of Emily Roberts and Emma Perkins walking back to the line together. Let's highlight the first senior, Diana Vaughn, on 1 left this round.
All right, this will be your first scoring end at 10 meters.
Or wait, there's no one there. So, on 3 left, let's see if they're there. No, there's no one on 3 left either. Ask him if he can go to Emily Roberts on 4 right. She's a senior. Let's highlight her. Yeah, can just get her next round because she's already almost done. So archers have just shot their first round at 10 meter, their first scoring round at 10 meters. We got some nice looking targets up there, good groups.
This is your first screen at 10 meters. Please remember not to pull or remove your arrows until they have been verified.
What'd you say? No, 4 right. Yeah, tell him the senior that we're gonna look at for the next round is on 4 right. What? Okay. The other two aren't here, so I'll just talk about them when I'm done talking about her. Archers are now up there waiting. This is going to be their first time scoring for this tournament at 10 meters. Errors will be scored and verified. We see Lisa Fry and Pat O'Connell down there. Archers that have had their arrows scored and verified are now pulling their arrows in order to return them to their quiver. Right there we see Lisa Fry, our state coordinator who we were just talking with a little earlier. She is helping to verify those scores, get them put into the app. Scoring is working a little different this tournament. We're the pilot tournament for this new app and the scoring through the app. Typically, there will be 2 archers per target and they will score each other. To get live scoring updates, you can check nasptournaments.org and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. Again, that is nasptournaments.org. Typically, scoring works differently than how it is, but this year, because of social distancing, we are not able to shoot together. We have to shoot individually. So we have lane judges that are scoring this year. Typically, the job of a lane judge is just to make sure everything is running smoothly and safely, but this year they are our scorers. Here we have a shot of Madison Goins, 2 left from Franklin County. Now the archers will go up to score their second round of 10-meter arrows. Again, we've got some good looking targets, especially down here on 4 right, 5 left, and 5 right, with Emily Roberts, Emma Perkins, and Henry Andrews. They've all got nice groups on their targets. And down on 1 right, we see Pat O'Connell, our national coordinator, who's also here assisting in the new scoring method using the app. Pat is our national coordinator, but he is from Kentucky, and Kentucky is also the largest state for NASP. Kentucky was the state that NASP began in, and then as other states wanted to join, it was renamed to National Archery in the Schools rather than Kentucky Archery in the Schools program.
This will be your third and final scoring meeting at 10 meters.
Archers will now shoot their third and final scoring end at 10 meters before heading back to 15 meters to begin the process over again at 15 with 1 practice and 3 scoring rounds. Here at target 2 right, we have Ariel Rose. On target 2 left, next to 2 right, we have Madison Goins, and she's got a nice group in the yellow, as we can see. Archers will now score their final round from 10 meters before moving back to 15.
Place your arrows in the quiver. Move the quiver back to the 15-meter line. Please.
Here we see our state coordinator, Lisa Fry, helping Emma Perkins with her scoring and verifying those scores for her. A nice target on 4 right by Emily Roberts, our senior. Now archers are finalizing those scores, getting those last arrows pulled to move back to the 15-meter line for the last final 4 rounds.
This is your 15-meter varsity.
Archers are now shooting from 15 meters. This will be their practice round in order to really perfect those aim points before arrows will be shot for score. Here we have Gerardo Benavides at target 3 right. The first round at 15 is now finishing up with our last archer on the line, Henry Andrews. Again, like in the last flights, if you drop an arrow, you can't pick it up for safety reasons, so you must wait for a replacement arrow to be brought to you. And again, just a practice round. These arrows are not for score, just to practice that aim point before scoring. Now that archers have retrieved their arrows, their practice arrows, they will now begin their first round of scoring at 15 meters. Here we have Emily Roberts, our senior from Franklin County. She is one of, I think, 4 seniors, or 6 seniors from Franklin County that are on the team. She began archery in 5th grade, and her personal best is a 284. After high school, she plans to attend college and receive a degree in Bachelor of Science in Nursing. We have 2 other seniors, but they are not here currently. Leah Riles is one of them. Her personal best is a 286, and she plans to attend Paul Mitchell Cosmetology School in Louisville and pursue competitive archery following high school. Diana Vaughn is another senior, and she began archery in 4th grade, and her personal best score is a 275, and she plans to attend Georgetown College and continue running her business Mimi's Natural Gifts following high school. And I think I forgot to mention Leah Riles, another senior that is not here. She began archery in 5th grade. And that is all of our seniors from Franklin County. This is the first round of scoring at 15 meters. First arrows that from this distance are being put to the final score. We have some nice looking targets up there, some good groups.
This is your second scoring in at 15 meters.
After scoring in the first scoring round at 15, archers will begin the second scoring round at 15 meters and then have one final scoring round after that to finish the flight. Right here we have a shot of Emma Perkins, an archer from Franklin County. Beautiful release. Great job of keeping her hand on her face. A really nice group on her target, keeping it in the red and yellow. Archers will now head up to have their second round of arrows scored and then return to the line to shoot their last round of arrows for their flight. There we see Pat O'Connell and one of the Elkhorn Middle School coaches helping with scoring and verifying those arrows. Again, like the last flight, this one is moving a little quicker just because the range is not full. We don't have as many archers this round. We saw Emily Roberts walking back to the line. I assume that C on her shirt means team captain. And as Bill Jones just said, this is our last scoring end at 15 meters. The last chance that the archers have to finish off their score, do their very best in order to try and have the highest score they can have. Archers will shoot 5 more arrows and then score, and then final results will be calculated. Right here we have our top archer from Franklin County, Henry Andrews. Keeping it consistent, keeping those arrows in the yellow. 4 so far in the yellow. He's got 1 left. His last arrow of the tournament. And again, all in the yellow. Great round for Henry Andrews. We've got 2 archers left on the line, shooting their last arrows of the tournament. Last arrows for the flight, and from Franklin County. Ask him to get a shot of those far 3 targets. 4 right, 5 left, and 5 right. Really more of just 5 left and 5 right. And if he can, 1 right before they pull their arrows, like ask him to just hold them. See if he could get them to not pull their arrows at 1 right so we could get a picture of it before, or a snap of that before. Here we have our top archer, Henry Andrews, pulling his arrows, and Lisa Fry is here helping to score. And here we have Emma Perkins target, 5 left. Some nice arrows there. Great job to all the archers that shot today. There was all the archers that shot in this flight. Lots of good groups, not just from the people we were showing, but we also had some other great groups, especially down at one right. Drew Kemper had a great group that last round. We weren't able to get a shot of him. And we would like to thank all of our coaches and all the volunteers that have been here to help make this happen, all the parents that volunteer and get the archers to practice. We will be back at 12 with another flight with archers from Bondurant Middle School, and we will see you then. Welcome back to Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium. We're here for the state qualifying tournament. Now is the 12 o'clock flight, and the archers that are shooting today are all from Bondurant Middle School. In this flight, it is all Bondurant, coached by Coach John Stout. Again, this is a tournament that is state qualifying since we can't have region this year, and the archers are now waiting to start first their first practice round at 10 meters. The range is almost full today, but we've got almost every target is filled. On our first target, starting at target 1 left, we have Lex Lynn. On 1 right, we have Sean Pentecost. On 2 left, we have Levi Morrow. On 2 right, we have Mayor Joshi. On 3 left, we have Eli Lee. On 3 right, we have Dawson Moore. On 4 left, we have Emmy Jones. On 4 right, we have Julia Frost. On 5 left, we have Brooklyn Devers. On 5 right, we have Keandra Johnston. On 6 left, we have Carter Hutcherson. On 6 right, we have Addison Darnell. On 7 left, we have Mia Ann Boizo. On 7 right, we have Lincoln Herod. On 8 left, we have Eli Carrier. And on 8 right, we have Emily Schwickenart. Again, this is just the first practice round. These arrows are not for score, just to practice their aim points before they are able to shoot for score. A nice shot from Sean Pentecost on target 1 right. Again, these arrows are just for practice, not for score. Scoring will begin in the next round, in the first scoring round at 10 meters. Archers will now pull their arrows and return them to their quivers, and then return to the line to wait for the first scoring round. The point of a practice round is really to just practice that aim point so that you can adjust if needed for when you start scoring. It's the chance to really finalize that aim point before your arrows are for score, before they start to really count. Archers are now beginning their first scoring end at 10 meters. Right here on target 2 left, we have Levi Morrow, shooting for Bondurant Middle School. And right here, his bow is another example of how archery has gotten more popular over the years. The the bows have begun to change. You can now customize your own bow to have it look like whoever you want. He has a blue and green one, and he has blue arrows as well. And arrow color selection has changed over the years. It used to just be royal blue and gold. Now we've got teal, pink, purple, black. Anything to customize your bow, make it a more unique experience to you. A nice shot from Levi. He's got 2 in the yellow so far. A beautiful follow through right there. That's what we are taught to do. Just paint that hand across your face. You either do that or keep it to your face. That is the goal of a follow through. Our last archer on their line at 7 left, Mia Amboiso. Archers are now heading up to score their first scoring arrows of the tournament. Right there we see Coach Todd Bailey from Franklin County assisting in scoring and using the new app in scoring. NASP is now testing out an app to score to make scoring quicker, and we are the pilot tournament for that, and so far it has been working pretty well, working efficiently. Still using paper just as a backup, but using the app to score quicker during the tournament rather than doing it all after the flight is over. Right there in the yellow hat, we see Pat O'Connell. He is our national coordinator, and him and Lisa Fry, our state coordinator, they're here helping to assist in the use of the new NASP app and the scoring. Archers are now just bringing their arrows back after they have been scored and verified.
Second scoring unit, Invitational.
Right here on targets 3 left and 3 right, we have Eli Lee and Dawson Moore. Both boys taking their time before they draw back to shoot. Eli and Dawson both taking their time, seem to be on the same pace. Again, beautiful release from both Eli and Dawson. They're both keeping that hand on their face, just smooth release. Again, that's our makeshift bow rack for this season. We aren't able to have actual bow racks because of cross-contamination with bows not going back to the same place, so we're using our chairs this year and sanitizing the chairs between flights. Archers are heading forward now to score their arrows for their second scoring round at 10 meters. Scoring this year is a little different. Typically, you would have a partner to score with, and your partner would score you, and you would score your partner, and you would just verify that that was correct. But this year, because of COVID and social distancing, we are unable to do that. So our lane judges are our scorers this year. They're scoring and verifying those scores while they're being entered into the app. So no archer scores themselves. A lane judge does. And there is Lisa Fry, our state coordinator, here helping with scoring and helping with scoring through the app. There's Eli Lee returning his arrows to the quiver, and we're back with Lisa Fry helping Lincoln Herod to score his arrows, moving to help Mia Ambueso. Again, all the archers in this flight are Bondurant archers, coached by John Stout. This will be our last scoring in from 10 meters. Archers will shoot 5 more arrows from 10, score those, and head back to the 15-meter line. Right here on 4 left and 4 right, we have Emmy Jones and Julia Frost. Again, we see a braided hairstyle from Julia Frost, representing Katniss Everdeen, our favorite fictional archer, as well as for Emmy Jones. They both got the braids going on today. Some good yellow arrows for Julia and a nice group on Emmy's target as well. Rattling arrows is what we like to hear at an archery tournament. Here we have Mia Ambueso shooting her last arrow. Now we have Dawson Moore shooting his last arrow at 10 meters. Archers are now heading up to the line to score their last arrows at 10 meters. They will then bring their quivers back to 15 and restart the process. Here we have a shot of Eli Lee and Dawson Moore waiting for their arrows to be scored. And here we have Lisa Fry again, our state coordinator, quickly moving down the line, helping everyone to get scored on the app. And to check scores and rankings, you can follow the link here, nasptournaments.org, and search for Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. Again, that is nasptournaments.org. Archers are now heading back to 15 meters. They're going to have a practice round and 3 scoring rounds before final scores are calculated. Archers will now begin their practice round at 15 meters. Just getting this time to practice and really hone in on their aim points before they shoot for score. And right here on targets 5 right and 5 left, we have Brooklyn Devers and Kendra Johnston. Kendra Johnston. Two nice first arrows from both Brooklyn and Kendra, both in the yellow for their first shot. A nice release from Kendra, just keeping that hand on her face, not letting it get away from her. And another beautiful release from Brooklyn as well, just painting her face, keeping that really smooth. Our last archer on the line, Mia Amboiso, shooting her last practice arrow. Again, these arrows are not for score, just to practice that aim point before we get into scoring at 15 meters. Now that the archers have had their first practice round, they will be shooting for score. 3 rounds of scoring and then final results will be available. Now archers will begin scoring rounds at 15 meters. All these arrows shot from here on out will be for score. And on 6 left and 6 right, we have Carter Hutcherson on the left and Addison Darnell on the right. A nice smooth release from Addison. Now Addison is shooting her last arrow for this first scoring round at 15 meters. And nice one, and got it in the 8. Dawson Moore taking his time, taking a deep breath before he pulls his bow back. Trying to get as much concentration as he can. Archers are now heading up to have their first arrows from 15 meters scored. Again, same as 10 meters. Our lane judges are scoring this season because of COVID. We cannot have shooting partners scoring one another. So our lane judges are scoring and verifying those scores to enter them into the app. Still using paper to just write the scores down, but using the app while shooting so that scores come back faster, so that scoring can be done during shooting, not after, making the whole process a lot quicker. A shot of Carter Hutcherson walking back to his quiver, putting his arrows away, waiting for that second scoring round at 15 meters. This will be Archer's second scoring end at 15 meters. second opportunity to get more points at 15. 15 isn't all that different from 10 meters, but the distance can be very intimidating, even though it doesn't seem that hard. But as Coach Matt Martin from Western Hills likes to say, it's about the distance it's the distance in your head that you have to conquer, not the distance from the bow to the target. On target 7 left and 7 right, we have Mia Ambueso and Lincoln Herod. All these kids have such great releases. They've got great follow through, great release, great smooth releases. It really helps with just the arrows going straighter and going more where you want them to go if you can have a good follow through and release. John Stout, you're doing something right. Nice arrow for Mia Ambueso. She got that in the yellow. Now shooting her last arrow in the second to last scoring end at 15 meters. Archers are now going to head up and score there. Well, not right now. Our coach Bill, he just pulled a little prank on them. He blew the whistle once. You can't go get your arrows unless the whistle's blown 3 times, but oftentimes we just hear a whistle and go. So, did a little test. They all started walking forward, which is understandable. Now we are scoring this second to last round. After this, archers will return to the line to shoot their last 5 arrows of the tournament. Here we see Coach Todd Bailey assisting in the scoring, our coach from Franklin County High School. Here we see Dawson Moore waiting on his scores to be verified before he can pull his arrows and return to the line for his last scoring round at 15 meters. And here we see again Miss Lisa Fry, our state coordinator. A nice target at 4 right from Julia Frost. A good group there. Now archers will be shooting their last 5 arrows of the tournament. These arrows are really tight together. You gotta stay calm and not get too excited, not get too nervous. The last 5 arrows gotta make them count. And on our last 2 targets, we have Eli Carrier and Emily Schwiegart. Emily Schweikert. I apologize for mispronouncing her name. A beautiful follow through from Eli Carrier. The bow just naturally falling back, and that arrow going into the center of the target. And when the bow falls back like that, it's just showing that they're not holding their bow too tight, which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to have a death grip on it. Just hold it loosely, and that's why it's falling back in his hand. So a nice group from Eli Carrier on 8 left. There's John Stout, our coach for Bondurant. I'm not sure what it is. Something is maybe wrong with her bow, or maybe wrong with the string. Oh, I think that is her arrow rest. Those, it's basically just what the arrow just rests on while it's knocked before it's released. Sometimes they can come loose and the arrow won't stay on, and so that seems to be what they are fixing. So once they get that fixed, she will be able to shoot her last 4 arrows. Wonderful Coach John Stout fixing that for her. Again, Emily Schweikert shooting her last 3 arrows of the tournament. Nice last arrow from Emily. The last arrows of this flight have been shot, and now the archers will move forward for them to be scored. Our lane judges will go up to assist in this, and archers will move the quivers forward for the last archers of the day. Archers will also replace the target faces. Yeah, 8 left would be a good one to shoot. So you can see here Lisa Fry, she is scoring those arrows for Emily, and then Emily will verify them and pull them. Now Lisa will just repeat that again, and she's just again helping with the new scoring and the scoring through the app, verifying that with the archers and making sure they agree with the score that she has calculated. Archers are now just going to remove the target faces so we can get fresh ones up for the archers in the final flight of the day. Archers can either keep their target faces or throw them away. Some might keep them for a souvenir if it was their personal best. Scores will be updated soon on nasptournaments.org. You can search for Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. Again, that is nasptournaments.org. We'd like to thank all of the coaches and volunteers today, and all the parents who volunteer as well and get their children to practices and to tournaments. And we will be back with our final flight of the day at 1 with archers from Western Hills, ending the day, and we will see you then. Good afternoon and welcome back to Lapsley Cardwell Gymnasium here at Western Hills for the state qualifying tournament. This is our last flight of the day with all archers being from Western Hills High School. Our archers for this flight are Western Hills archers, and they are our last flight of the day. We've had 6 flights today so far, 3 last night, with a total of 116 archers in this tournament this weekend. This tournament is to receive a qualifying score for the state tournament. Archers will begin the tournament with a practice round at 10 meters, and then following that 3 scoring rounds from 10 meters. Then they will move back to 15 with 1 practice round there, and following that with another 3 scoring rounds. Again, this flight is all high schoolers. Starting on target 1, we have Hannah Hutcherson, target 1 left. On target 1 right, we have Holly Payton. On target 2 left, we have Hannah Miller. 2 right, Austin Sterling. 3 left, Bailey Elder. And no one on 3 right. On 4 left, we have Nick Armstrong. On 4 right, we have Emily Rudich. On 5 left, we have Katie Thurman. On 5 right, we have Kane Chapman, and on 6 right, we have Mahita Ramasetti. On our first 2 targets, we have Hannah Hutcherson and Holly Payton. A nice release and follow through from Holly Payton. Hannah and Holly both have good groups on their targets, but these arrows again are not for score, just a practice round of practice at aim point before scoring begins. Again, these arrows are not for score. Archers will simply pull their arrows and return to the line to wait for their first scoring round at 10 meters. Something else different this year is we aren't having a common meeting area. Typically at tournaments, everyone's able to just hang out and wait around for their time, but now you come in when it's your time to shoot and leave when you're finished. And since we're not having that common meeting area and no spectators, they are keeping their bow cases in here with them, which is different because usually you just keep it in the cafeteria or whatever other waiting area there is at the designated tournament site. And now on targets 2 left and 2 right, we have Hannah Miller and Austin Sterling. Austin is a freshman and Hannah is a junior. Nice arrow from Hannah Miller right in the center. These are the first arrows that will be scored for these archers today. Hannah and Austin are both now shooting their last arrow for this round. Nice group from Hannah Miller. Another nice group from Hannah Hutcherson and Holly Payton as well on their targets, 1 left and 1 right. And these archers are familiar with this gym. This is where we practice. But that has not happened for a while because of snow and weather difficulties not allowing us to practice. But we are used to this gym. We're used to the style of shooting in this setup because it's our own gym. Archers will now head to their targets in order for their arrows to be scored. Since this is the first scoring round, these are the first arrows that will contribute to a final score. Here we have our state coordinator, Lisa Fry, with Mahita, and just helping her to verify those scores and get them into the app for scoring. NASP now has a new app for scoring. It makes scoring much quicker, and it allows us to score during a tournament rather than having to do all the scoring at the end of the tournament. To see scores, you can follow the link to nasptournaments.org or search Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. Again, that is nasptournaments.org. There in the yellow hat, we see our national coordinator, Pat O'Connell. He is here with our state coordinator, Lisa Fry, just to make sure this app runs smoothly. This is the pilot tournament for this new app and method of scoring. We're still using the paper scorecards, just the app is a way to do it quicker, but the paper is our still using that as a backup method. You should get a shot of Nick was talking to John Stout, so you could get a shot of the coaches talking to the archers. Nick is on target 4 left. Just like when he's down there, if they're talking to the coaches, a shot of that. This is the second round of scoring at 10 meters. Right here on 3 left, we have Bailey Elder. Super cute braids on Bailey. She's got an arrow in the yellow. A nice group on 2 left from Hannah Miller. Now we're just scoring the second round of arrows. After this, they'll have one more round at 10 meters and then move back to 15 to repeat the practice round and 3 more scoring rounds. Again, here we have Pat O'Connell, our national coordinator. Here's Nick Armstrong. Thumbs up to the camera. This is our final end at 10 meters. Archer's last opportunity to get in those easier points at 10 meters. You're a little closer, makes it a little easier. So last opportunity for those points before we move back to 15 meters. A lot of left-handed shooters on the line in this flight. And here we have on targets 4 left and 4 right. On 4 left we have Nick Armstrong, and on 4 right we have Emily Rudich. Two great first shots from the both of them. Again, two great archers right here. Taking their time, both on their fourth arrow at this point. All of their arrows have stayed in the yellow. A nice smooth release from both of them. How that bow is falling back for Nick, that shows he's not holding the bow too tight, which is a good thing. And a good final arrow for Emily. She had one that was a little high, but she did not let that affect her last arrow, coming back with one in the yellow after that. And here are our archers from that. The ones that we were just watching, Nick and Emily. These are their targets up close. Again, two great looking targets. Now the archers will go forward and score their last arrows at 10 meters and then move back to 15 meters for a practice round and 3 scoring rounds. There's Lisa, our state coordinator, helping with the scoring. A great group again from Hannah Miller. And there we have Coach Todd Bailey from Franklin County helping Nick Armstrong to verify that score and get that calculated in the app. The final arrows have been shot from 10 meters. Final arrows of the tournament have been shot at 10 meters. Now, the last rounds at 15 meters will begin with our practice round from 15. Here on target 5 left, we have Katie Thurman with a great first shot in the yellow. This is a practice round, so these arrows are not for score, but a good practice round is always good to prepare yourself for those next few scoring rounds following. A smoother release from Katie, just keeping that hand on her face. A nice practice target. So now our practice round at 15 is over, and the real scoring begins after this. Archers will simply pull their arrows. These will not be for score. Again, archers are just pulling their arrows and then bringing them back to prepare for the next 3 scoring rounds at 15 meters. Here on target 6 right, we have Mahita Ramasetti shooting her first arrows for score at 15 meters. A nice first shot in a 9 in the yellow. Another one in the yellow. And I said this yesterday, if you can keep your arrows in the yellow, you at least have a 45 for each round. And 45s is 45s for every round. That gets you a 270. So you can keep it in the yellow. You're going to have at least a 45 each round. It means at least a score of 270 if you stay in the yellow. And then if you're getting more 10s when you're in the yellow, that allows for more reds and blues to still have a high score if you've got some 10s in there as well. Mahita ended that round well. She had one that was high, but she didn't let that affect her coming back and keeping it in the red and the yellow. Now our archers are heading up to score their first arrows at 15 meters. After these arrows are scored, they will have 2 more rounds of shooting and scoring before final results are available. And like I said, scores will be available after this after this round, since this is scores are available now, but final scores will be available after this flight. Currently, the score to beat for girls is 281. Talia Thomas in the top from Elkhorn Middle. Her highest, the leading girl right now is Talia Thomas with a 281 from Elkhorn Middle. And right now, the boys' score to beat is Caden Darnell, the highest scoring boy from Elkhorn Middle, with a 277. And you can check those scores at nasptournaments.org and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational, nasptournaments.org. Archers will now begin their second scoring round at 15 meters. They will have 5 arrows again here to score, and then they will have 5 more before final scores are tallied. Back here again with Hannah Miller on target 2 left. Again, rattling arrows, what we like to hear at an archery tournament. Hannah's one of the many left-handed shooters on the range today. There we have Holly Payton shooting his last arrow. Nice follow through from him. And that is our second round at 15 complete. Archers will now go score and have the scores verified by our lane judges and scores calculated on the app, and then archers will shoot their final 5 arrows of the tournament. There we have our coach Todd Bailey from Franklin County helping with scoring with Austin Sterling and Bailey Elder. And once the arrows are scored and verified and entered into the app, archers are able to pull their arrows and head back to the waiting line. This will be the archers' last opportunity to score before final scores are tallied. This is their last 5 arrows of the tournament, last 5 arrows at 15 meters. This is when they really need to keep their focus because they don't want to get nervous on just because it's the last 5 arrows. Same as the rest of the arrows that they have been shooting. And right here we have Nick Armstrong, who's a junior, shooting on 4 left. Taking his time with a nice smooth release. And that bow falling back correctly. Another one in the yellow for Nick. Another one in the yellow for Nick after that one. Nick has done well today. He's typically one of our higher scoring boys on the team. And Holly Payton is shooting the last arrow of the tournament. A nice shot from Holly, and that is the last arrow. Archers will now go score their final arrows. Our lane officials will be scoring those, verifying those, getting those final scores in so that we can get the total scores calculated and the rankings finalized. Again, you can check rankings and final scores at nasptournaments.org and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. Again, that is nasptournaments.org and search for the Western Hills High School Frankfort Invitational. You can also check through the NASP portal app on the App Store. Here we have Lisa Fry just verifying those last scores, verifying that scorecard, and scoring those last arrows. We would like to thank all of our volunteers, our coaches, and parents who volunteered as well. We thank the parents for bringing the archers to practice and bringing them to tournaments. Thank the coaches for all that they do. Our state coordinators, Lisa Fry, and our national coordinator, Pat O'Connell, for being here to help us today. And a big thank you to Bluegrass Sports Network for broadcasting this for us. And thank you for watching, and you can check results at NASP Tournaments.